Check. Can you guys hear me? Okay. My microphone was messed up again, so these storms are strengthening slowly. A couple of these cells are pretty strong. The one near Annapolis and Kent Island especially. You can see on the bridge, if you look on the bridge, it's crossing the bridge right now, this top camera. Let me show you that. So Kent Island, if you're on Kent Island, this is what's coming at you right now. Look at that. That's live on the bridge. You can see off in the distance there. Look at that rain and wind coming. Oops. So sensitive. Get that back up. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think they will shut the Bay Bridge down for this. They should. It's already 40-mile-an-hour winds up there. And we just announced that either tonight or tomorrow night there is another aurora event happening. So we may be able to see auroras tonight and tomorrow night. But that's crazy right there. That looks almost like it's a circulation. Let's check that out. Let me move this camera back down. I'll leave it large. But that's the cell that's right over top of the Bay Bridge. That little orange stripe right there. That's the Bay Bridge. Let's check out the velocity. It's just high-speed winds blowing in and heavy, heavy rain. So there's no rotation, there's no tornadoes going on here, as far as I can tell. Well, they're probably going to make this a severe thunderstorm warning before long along the bay here. But if you're out on the bay right now, or if you're along the DC area, and my music turned up again. There we go, that's better. It's probably echoing. So we've just got straight line winds here, but it's very strong, as you can see on the Bay Bridge there. Heavy rain coming in to Kent Island, and this is crossing the bay all the way from Rock Hall down to probably Cambridge at least. So hopefully we get to see some aurora tonight. And I'm going to put out the I'm building a post for that right now. But that's the Bay Bridge right now. Pretty wild. Heavy, heavy rain. And strong winds. You can see it coming across in sheets. We've also got heavy storms in the DC area, which there's a whole lot of graduations going on today, so unfortunately they're about to get ruined with these storms, but let's put them in motion here. You can see them blasting in across the they kind of just formed right as they crossed the mountains. They really started flaring up. And Columbia's been getting hammered lately with these storms. Right as it crosses that area, a bunch of lightning. And we just caught a big bolt coming across the bridge. So these storms aren't too bad, but they've got high winds because of the storm yesterday. Those storms basically caused the winds to be set up for today to be strong all day, and they have been since early this morning. But what's happening is these are coming in across the mountains, and if I switch to MRMS here, you can see they're kind of forming as they get to the mountains. And some of them are getting quite strong. That's another group down in southern Virginia, West Virginia area. And that big storm is still up there rotating. Right, let's put this camera back down now that the rain is here. And we'll go to another, see if we can catch another shot. Oh, it looks like there's an accident on the bridge. Yep. So now the bridge is either shut down or they've got an accident in the left lane. Which every time it rains this hard, this happens. So So these storms they're basically right on the edge of severe. And mostly it's heavy rain, but these winds are definitely causing a lot of problems in the area. And we've got lightning strikes all over, so that's something that concerns me with everybody outdoors for graduation ceremonies. I'm expecting this line of storms here over the bay right now to probably be called out for severe warnings for the amount of wind that's in them. It's definitely causing a lot of problems. Is that the biggest gust you've had there, Diane? I know there's some hail mixed in, and there's definitely been winds over about up to 55 miles per hour I've seen, so they're fast on that bridge. I do give them credit. The crew that works that bridge is very well tuned, and they get right on accidents quickly. It's scary to be parked up there during a storm. Let's see if we can see where this accident is. Come on, here we go. It's already letting up, so short-lived storms just like yesterday where they blow through quickly. Yeah, you can see that. Look at that rain over there on the other side of the bridge. See it over there? How hard it's raining. Big sheets of wind and rain blowing up the bay water. It's not fun being up there when it's like that. It's crystal clear here. There goes motorcycle. Let's go to my camera. And that's what it looks like at my house right now. So Harford County is clear. Baltimore County is pretty much clear at this point for this set of storms. But there are more storms forming behind these. If you look at the radar here, you can see they're streaming in from the mountains in Pennsylvania and western Maryland. Some of these cells are pretty strong, but not quite severe yet. But they do have hail, and they do have strong 55, 50 mile an hour wind gusts in them. A lot of lightning going on here around Washington, D.C., and these storms are definitely picking up strength. And as we get towards what I call magic hour, which is 3 to 4 p.m., that's when your storms have the most fuel available. So that's when they can start strengthening the most. And then usually that strength is attained, lasts until 7 or 8 at night at the least. Sometimes longer. Midnight to 2 a.m. can be possible with very strong storms. But just like there's a peak in the, they call it the diurnal, between 3 and 4 o'clock during the afternoon, and then 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning is the coolest period. And we get our lowest temperatures usually right before sunrise, and our peak temperatures are recorded usually between 4 and 5 p.m. And that's what causes the storms to flare up around that time every day. So we've got a lot of storms up in the port. Let's check that out. Let me reset my camera here. We'll take a look at the port cam. It's a hammer in there too. So this is where the in between Dundalk and Glen Burnie, where the bridge collapsed. This is the camera that caught that. The Port of Baltimore stream time cam. Looks like they're having trouble with it. And Stream Time Live is another source of a lot of those just interesting cams. But there's a ship coming in. You can watch big ships on this all day. Yeah, Albany, there was some strikes over on the Virginia side. You can see here, if I zoom in, there was a couple of strikes as they came through earlier. Yeah, it looks like Reston, Fair Oaks, and Tyson's Falls Church area. They had a bunch of lightning strikes over here, but not, DC suburbs is what I meant to say. And now we've got some strikes out on the bay, and that's what worries me the most, especially down along St. Michael's and Easton. There's a lot of people in the water today. You can see the storms are getting thicker, and they're starting to form a bow echo. So if if you're in Denton, Federalsburg, St. Michael's, Easton, and out in Harrington, Seaford, Delaware, I worry these storms are going to get stronger. And then there's a second line forming behind that. That's a little further south. So they're putting out a good bit of lightning now. They're starting to strengthen. And lightning is a good gauge for how much the storm is strengthening. As the lightning increases, you can count on hail being produced and high winds being produced. Look how dark it is on that upper camera there, where the boat's coming in on the... And there's our first severe thunderstorm warning for hail. It's funny how I talk about these things on my live stream, and then it happens. Well, the NWS guys have admitted to me that they watch my stream and my webpage, so it doesn't surprise me. They watch Ryan Hall, y'all, and stuff like that, too. Quite wicked out there on the bay, on the inner harbor, to the port area. And that's the ramp of the Bay Bridge. I mean, the ramp of the 695 bridge there. He's going in between. Let me get a time lapse started here. And if you're just joining us, they just released... I was holding it back all morning. I didn't want to say anything until I was sure, but they just released that we're under a G4 solar storm watch. And we could see auroras tonight and tomorrow night. We might be able to see auroras. And that would be great. It's going to be a little harder to see them tonight because the sun's bright this time of year, and it stays bright. It starts getting light around 4:30, 5 o'clock now outside. Oh boy. I'm still tired from last night. And the storm is just kicking my butt. So we have a strong thunderstorm warning, or severe thunderstorm warning here for 40 minutes. Kent County, Talbot County, Queen Anne's, Caroline, and Kent County twice. Western Kent County and Southern Kent County until 2 p.m. for possible 60-mile-an-hour winds and hail, up to 3/4 of an inch hail. Let's move these cameras over to... Oh, sorry. Give me 1 second. Move this camera here over to Easton Tower. You can see the dark clouds coming. We'll move up Route 50 until we see storms. Lime Mills Tower 404 doesn't really get a sky shot. I mean, you can see how fast the clouds are moving. 50-55 miles an hour. That's the shadow of the cloud right there, moving across the road. That's how fast they're moving. That's crazy. And when you get up towards Bloomingdale, is where it starts to skies are darkened and you can see like a shelf cloud looking area. So this is not going to be real long lived, but it's going to be pretty dramatic as it comes in. There's the Narrows Bridge. Pouring rain there. It's extremely windy in Northern Virginia. The cameras are shaking. You can see there, very heavy rain, but it's pretty much stopped already. And that's at the Narrows Bridge. So we'll put it back on. Let's do the Easton Tower. That has a pretty good view as the storms come in there. I can't remember what that building is. I think it's a church. A very big modern church on the side of Route 50 there in Easton. If anybody knows, let me know. There might be a second line that is not quite as strong on the north end. That's going to be more towards Tillman's Island, St. Michael's, and further south, Lake Chesapeake Beach, down Route 4. So let me stop the radar and show you what's going on. And that just got a thunderstorm warning on it as well. So Southern Maryland now has one for 40 minutes for this cell. But that's going to go just south of Kent Island. And that is down between Waldorf and Upper Marlboro. And that's moving to the east. I think that's about 40 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour. 35, they say. I think the storms are moving a little faster than that. Sometimes the radar estimates aren't correct. So we've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. And more probably, likely. And these are just barely on the edge of severe. They're not like they were yesterday. We're not going to have tornadoes from these. More than likely, it's possible on the eastern shore side in Delaware, especially as it gets close to the ocean. Sometimes they can spin up just due to the fact of the difference in air temperature and pressure, and a sea breeze can set up where that air pressure difference from the cooler water can cause the sea breeze effect, where you get a front that starts moving in backwards from the rest of the winds, or it sets up a boundary layer right along the beach on the inland side, kind of like where 113 is. So in the summertime you see it a lot more, and you'll see it on the radar. So if I put this on Delaware radar, doesn't look like we have much there today, but let's put it in motion and sometimes you can see it. Yeah, it doesn't look like the winds are too strong today for that to be a problem, but these storms are headed towards Rehoboth to Ocean City at 35-40 miles an hour, so they'll be there in about an hour or two. Let's see. Actual time to Rehoboth Beach at 40 miles an hour, because they're going to pick up speed. So we are going to be 35 minutes to Federalsburg. Seaford, Delaware, 48 minutes. And then probably 75 minutes to the drawbridge. Warwick, Dagsboro, 80 minutes away, so you're talking an hour and a half at least before they get close to the beach. Henlopen Acres, 88 minutes. Rehoboth Beach, 88 minutes. So about 90 minutes. They're about an hour and a half, 2 hours out. And that's if they, it's if they hold together. But Selbyville, Delaware, which I had a girlfriend that lived there by the chicken coops, right across the line on 13, back in the 90s. And over here by Ocean City and Fenwick Island, so built up now. A lot of campgrounds out there. A lot of people camping today too, so it's going to be very windy, and these are going to be 60 mile an hour, 70 mile an hour possible. When you get close to the ocean, wind can pick up a lot quicker. And the secondary line has a stout cell on it. I'll check in the radar again for any rotation just to be sure. Not seeing anything going on there rotation wise. It's all pretty much straight line winds, but they can be just as damaging. And they did pick up some speed as they crossed the bay. So we're getting to that point in the year where the bay can charge up the storms. As they cross, you can see they picked up a little speed and a little bit of lightning output. At the top left you can see this is the Easton tower cam on Route 50 there. And you can see that sky, look at that sky in the distance there. And this is looking west towards the bay from Easton, so that's what's coming off in the corner there. So you can expect, hail, 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, sudden blast of wind, and lightning strikes up to 10 to 15 miles outside of the storm into clear skies. A lot of people don't realize that. So in the next hour they need to be clearing the beaches. Ashley, they probably will just kind of stall themselves and end up being late. Usually they're late anyway at 3. Nobody's ever accurate on their projected times, so as long as it's not like really hammering, it's only going to last about 20 or 30 minutes and then it'll be over with. It just rained, so you'll probably be able to get that done. They might just sit in a truck and wait it out, and you can tell them that would be okay, because after 20 minutes it's over with. We just watched it cross the bridge on the Route 50 bridge. It was a big sheet of rain, white rain coming at them, and then it crossed, and then 20 minutes later it was over with, and it was just drizzling. So it'll clear off just as fast as it hits. Looking around the other parts of the area, see what else is happening here. Let's change radars. You can see another storm over there, and the West Virginia Panhandle is starting to get pretty stout. And as that passes that last ridge line right there, north of Leesburg, you've got a mountain right next to Leesburg that shows up on the radar. See that? Looks like a wicked little storm sitting there. But if you put it in motion, it's always there. And that's that mountain on Leesburg Pike that you see. And you can see the trees. Fort Johnson area. The Westmoreland Davis Memorial Foundation is up against that big hill. And that shows up on the radar because it's so close to the radar. Here's the radar. Right here at Dulles International. This green KLWX. And if you, I can zoom in on that radar, see that empty hole. That radar tower is located on the airstrip. Here's the observer tower. Here's the balloon inflation building from the Sterling Field Support Center. The wind tunnel for wind tunnel testing. This is all NWS facilities, Weather Service Road. And then our big radar tower. They've got these microwave towers for communications, and then up here you can actually see the big giant radar. Look at that. Pretty cool. I can zoom in on that. There's solar panels. Here's the parking lot and the main building for the National Weather Service Baltimore region. Sterling, they call it. So right there at the end of the airport, on the end of the airstrip, is where that radar comes from. And then, as you can see, you get this black hole here where you can't see as storms pass. And then all the ridge lines that are close off to the west show up on the radar as sparkles, because they've set the radar so that it just barely crosses the top edge of those mountains so that we can see as far as possible. And that radar has a long 250-mile range. It can see all the way to Ocean City and all the way out past Morgantown, West Virginia. However, the further away you get from a radar tower, the higher up that radar looks into the sky. It's got a small, low angle. So now we're getting even more severe thunderstorm warnings. And these are just barely be right back, hang on. Looks like the storms are starting to show up here on the eastern camera up there. The trees are starting to bend and the camera's starting to shake. I'll take a good look at that real quick. Overall, these storms are not that bad though. Whoops. I clicky the wrong thingy. Overall, it's mostly just a quick blast of rain and hail with some high winds, and lightning strikes are getting pretty severe on the St. Michael's to Graysonville area of this storm, but mainly down towards the St. Michael's Easton area. So you can see on the storm that wall of white rain coming in on the left side there. See how it's kind of whited out in the distance there? And that's how it came across the Bay Bridge earlier. And then once that hits, it kind of, take a look at the other cameras while I'm talking. It kind of just hits and then it slows down. So it's just getting to the Eastern Route 50 corridor area. Which is right here on the map behind the camera. I'll leave that a little larger so you can tell what's going on. I'll put that right here, back over here. And then I'm going to move these other cameras that aren't doing anything right now to other parts of Maryland and Delaware. So let's go Route 50 again. From 97 to Ocean City. And that gives you all the Bay Bridge cameras, as well as all along Route 50 on the eastern shore. So let's take a quick look at the Bay Bridge. It's already dried off there. The sun's probably back out. Yep. So that's looking at the back of the storm from the Bay Bridge. It's not even raining there anymore. Still very windy behind these storms. And you can see the black clouds off in the distance there. And we're looking at what's coming into on the upper camera there. So from the bottom camera to the top camera. And there's the heavy rain curtains coming in to the Easton Route 50 area. And you can see the cars are leaving streams of big rooster tails of water behind them already. So it's pretty much instant heavy rain. And then down here, that's the view from the Bay Bridge. So just that quick, it's over with. So as fast as it hits, in 20-30 minutes, it's gone. Now let's make this middle camera in Delaware. We'll be ready for that. Pretty much every state has these camera systems now. And you can use them to see what the traffic is like, or like I do, to see what the storms are doing. Come on there. I did catch a couple of tornado shots live last night. If you go back and look through my live stream, I ran the live stream from 6 o'clock all the way past midnight. And we saw a lot of rotations and a lot of storms spin up. So that's a good camera there. It's hard to find a good sky camera in Delaware. They mostly point straight to the ground. And this is at US Route 13, Norman Eskridge Highway at Route 20, Delaware 20. And that is near, I forget where that's near. C for Delaware. So the storms will come through here, and this is where the tornadoes went through. There's multiple tornadoes the other day. Which they had 2 tornadoes in a row, tracked right through the basically same area in Delaware, southern Delaware. So the worst of this storm is definitely around Easton and over across the bay now. It's starting to get like a bow echo going on the eastern shore of the Chesapeake Bay, and then back on the western shore side, a lot of lightning, and I mean a lot of lightning from these little cells down here in southern Maryland around Waldorf. Chesapeake Beach is getting hammered right now. So as these move forwards, they're strengthening, and as we get further into the day, towards 3 o'clock, they will continue to strengthen. This storm over here in the Martinsburg, Charlestown area, Harper's Ferry area, is looking pretty stout. Let's take a look at that real quick. Just make sure it's not rotating. Whenever I see a single cell like that, I always want to check it for rotation to make sure it's not. It does have kind of a hail core going on there. A little bit of a rotation in it. Not much. And that's probably due to the mountains interacting with it. But as they ride up and down those ridges, they have to go up 3,000, sometimes 4,000 feet to get over these ridges of the Appalachians. Sorry about that, I had somebody knocking at the door. Annapolis, you've already had one round. It doesn't look like you're going to probably get a second round at this point. Just rain, mainly. The worst of that secondary cell is definitely to the south as it's moving across, so you're probably hearing more thunder, but it's down around Chesapeake Beach. And south of Lothian, down Route 2, south of Shadyside and all that area, so you're safe there for now. But there are more storms forming, and there are more storms behind these cells, as you can see on the radar here. As they sweep across, there's another big cell back around Winchester that's headed down towards Leesburg, and then Sterling, and then Washington, D.C. on the Northern Virginia Potomac River area. And there's more cells back up in Baltimore County and Harford County that are probably going to strengthen as they move towards the eastern shore as well. So Cecil County, you might get some strong storms, but the worst of it right now has passed Annapolis and is on the eastern shore, moving in towards the Delaware line, and then it wraps back around, which I've never seen square storms like that before, but it's pretty crazy. But a lot of people are getting small hail from these, and they're getting high winds, 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts. So you want to get inside quickly because these storms are moving pretty fast, 30, 40 miles an hour. And they're not quite close enough to Delaware to even see anything, but they are kind of growing to the north. So even as close as Smyrna and the rest of Delaware, you're going to see some storms eventually today. Everybody's probably going to get storms on the eastern shore at one point, but these are barely severe. They're not like they were yesterday. I don't think we're going to see any tornadoes develop from this one. It's mostly straight line winds. Let's double check it again with the radar. And what we're looking for now, this is the velocity radar. What this radar does is tells us by color coding the winds how fast they're moving and if they're moving away or towards the radar. So everything's all blue, and the brighter the blue towards teal it gets, the faster the wind speeds are. So as you get into the bright light green colors, you're looking around 60 miles an hour, and we're down around probably 50 with these colorings, closer to 60 through here. So Denton, Easton, Hillsborough, Cordova, in that area, general area, Greensboro, Ridgely, and the Delaware line towards Harrington to Seaford, the strongest winds are going to come through here, and they are moving towards Rehoboth Beach and Dewey Beach at a pretty good speed. So if you're out on the beaches, you definitely want to get off now, because you've only got about an hour before they hit. So it might take you that long to pack up and get to your car. You don't want to be caught in this, with all this lightning especially. A lot more lightning showing up now than it was even half an hour ago. You can see all these lightning strikes are the plus signs. And as the lightning strikes, it's bright white, and then as it ages towards 15 minutes old, it turns orange and then disappears at 15 minutes. So that's how fast this lightning is striking all around this area. And that's a good gauge to be able to tell what's actually happening with the storm, if it's picking up steam or if it's actually just losing steam. That's how we can tell. But Del Mar, Salisbury, you guys are going to get storms here in the next probably 45 minutes to an hour. Everybody along 13 in Delaware, and at least probably to Salisbury, maybe even 2 rounds, because there's 2 sets of storms. There's another set behind the first set. Let's put that back in motion and you can see what's happening. So these storms are pretty early. I didn't think they would be happening until at least 2 or 3 o'clock, but they started up at right around noon, started having lightning strikes. And then we've got a 3rd round back here in the Winchester area, Harper's Ferry to Winchester region, and that's moving pretty fast towards Leesburg, and that will just on the south side of the Potomac River towards DC, and then we'll probably cross around Waldorf and keep moving that way. Let me get some allergy medicine going. on that bottom camera you can see that's the Choptank River down there by Cambridge. It's cranking down there, look at that. Excuse me. It looks like down there where Cambridge at Choptank River Bridge is on Route 50, cranking pretty hard. Winds wise, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds definitely going on there, and it looks like hail off in the distance coming across the water. Yeah, that's the Cambridge, the Choptank River Bridge right here on this bottom camera. Let's take a look. Cranking pretty hard down there right now. And off to the left you can't really see because the tree's in the way, but when the tree blows to the left you can see, if you look real close, it's like white on the other side of the bridge there where the hail is probably happening. The winds are very strong on the front edge of this, up around Denton and down around the bottom there towards Cambridge. 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Actually blowing up debris a little bit on the correlation coefficient, blowing trash around. Then you can see spots of hail. There's a lot of hail over here on this storm that's over the water right now between Chesapeake Beach and Tillman Island. Big hail. So that's going to come into Cambridge as well. That might be what you're hearing out there over the water, because that storm is definitely a lot stronger than the rest of them. That's what that red is, a hail core. So if you're just joining us, The main group of storms has moved over to the Delmarva side of the bay, and there are some storms in Harford County and Baltimore County that may or may not be raining. Storm here in my area. But Harford County is pretty much just rain. It's not any lightning going on up that way so far. But as it crosses the bay in the Susquehanna Flats, it'll probably flare up like these other storms did. And then Baltimore County, Baltimore City is clear for quite a while. There's a very large storm and strong storm in Harper's Ferry to Leesburg, and that's moving southeast along the Potomac River towards Sterling, Reston, Ashburn, and then Washington, D.C. That's going to be a problem here shortly, with a little bit of hail in there and a lot of lightning on that storm. Other than that, there's some other storms back up in Harrisburg and York, Lancaster County that are moving the same direction, southeast. And we've got mostly this big area here heading towards the beaches. So not all of it is severe warned, but all of it is pretty much generating lightning at this point. And hopefully it kind of falls apart as it gets close to the beaches. We're getting a little bit of rain here in Harford County now from a storm with a low wall cloud to it, so that's probably going to develop into lightning as it gets over the bay and moves towards Smyrna and Bear, Delaware, that stretch, Middleton. Now let's switch back to Dover, Delaware's radar so we get a better view of what's going on here. This orange box at the bottom here in the Cambridge area is for what's called a special weather statement, and that's basically like a runner-up to a severe thunderstorm warning. It means it's close, but not quite. And that is moving along the bottom end from Cambridge to Taylor's Island at 35 miles an hour, and that's producing winds up to 40-50 miles an hour and half-inch hail in there. We've got more storms in that area back behind there that are moving in across the bay. So you can see here's Cambridge is right here, and the severe thunderstorm warnings are just to the north of that: Federalsburg, Easton, Seaford, Delaware. But on the bay itself, there is another set of storms coming in behind these. And you can see that there's the Choptank River Bridge cranking pretty hard wind-wise, and a lot of hail and a lot of heavy wind on the other side of the bridge where it's whited out. You can't even see anything up there. So it's big waves coming in, big waves of rain, heavy rain and wind coming in off the bay. And then more storms behind that, you can see here on the radar. More groups of storms back over by Waldorf and Chesapeake Beach, and then Tillman's Island to the Choptank River entrance, and down towards Taylor's Island. There's more storms moving in. So if you're camping in the Ocean City to Rehoboth Beach area, what's on my cameras here right now on the bottom camera is what's coming to you right now. So the beaches are in trouble. In another hour, it's going to be heavy rain and wind. thank you guys so much for all the support and helping me get this going on. But there isn't anything else aimed at Baltimore County right now at this point. These storms are moving to the southeast in this direction, so as they're coming down out of the mountains, they're moving to the southeast, and then they're kind of turning as they get to the bay more to the east. And that's due to some of the conditions in the atmosphere going on right now due to that big storm from last night. So it's just rain and not even any lightning up in the Baltimore County and Harford County, Cecil County areas. Nothing severe up there at all. No lightning being generated, just quick blasts of rain and wind. The storm that is over here by Leesburg, Virginia, along the Potomac River is moving south towards Washington, D.C. Now that will probably turn as well, like these other ones have, and turn towards Ocean City, Salisbury. But that's hours away. It'll probably be after dark before it gets there. They're only moving at 35 miles an hour. So if you can imagine driving from DC to Ocean City at 35 miles an hour, it would take a long time. So the main concern is on the eastern shore. If you're on the Delmarva Peninsula and at the beaches, you've got big storms coming at you. And that's the biggest problem here, with lightning strikes happening everywhere and high winds, heavy rain, and hail. So they just moved the severe thunderstorm warning all the way over to Rehoboth Beach for that main cell. And that's in the next 45 minutes to hour. Until 2:45 p.m. So 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and it's moving at about 35 miles an hour. So get off the beaches. You've got hail coming. You've got heavy rain and wind coming. It shouldn't last too long at least. It's a very thin line of storms, but it's definitely going to be a big blast of wind, and waves are going to be crazy for a few minutes as this crosses the whole region at the same time. So people definitely need to get out of the water, get off of the beaches while they still can, or they'll be caught in this. And usually by the time you see the skies darkening up, it's too late. You won't make it to your car. So as you can see here on the camera at the top, or I'm sorry, at the bottom, it's raining very hard at Route 50 and 16 back here in Maryland. Route 50 stretch between Cambridge and Salisbury, so it's moving quickly. Then we have another cell moving across the bay to the south of these severe thunderstorms that are actually stronger looking and thicker, with lightning moving on shore. Once these get on shore, they will probably have a severe thunderstorm warning added from Federalsburg south to Salisbury, at least for these cells at the bottom here. And then the cells in Aberdeen, Haverty Grace, and Harford County, Cecil County area are not severe yet, but they're showing signs of development. So as they cross onto the Delmarva Peninsula, they're probably going to become severe, or at least start generating lightning. Starting to get a gust front out on the bottom edge of this. That's a good sign, believe it or not. When you see that alternate colored area right there gusting out from the storms, that's a sign of weakening. So that's blasting out ahead of the storm. That's when you get that big dry gust of wind in front of a thunderstorm, and that's usually a sign of weakening. So they've just added a special marine warning basically from the Maryland-Delaware line on the beaches all the way up into the Delaware Bay and over towards Ocean City. I'm sorry, Cape May, New Jersey. So they're not the nastiest storms, but they are putting out a lot of lightning and hail and a lot of wind gusts and heavy rain. So you do not want to be on the beach when these come in. Had to shut my window. The wind was howling. This camera's in Bridgeville, Delaware. You can see all those houses in the distance there. And this camera will change directions. And you can see the storm in the distance there. When it turns a certain direction, pretty bad. Let's try another one. Let's go down to Seaford, Delaware, where it's hailing. Very strong winds there. I mean, very strong rain. And some hail mixed in. I'll try further south. Nothing at all. Dry roads at 13 and 9, but you can see the black skies up there. Middleford, very, very heavy rain in Middleford, however you say it. So this is what's coming Ocean City to Lewes, Rehoboth Beach, Dewey. You're about to get hammered on the beaches. Quite strong still, even though it's losing its strength. And you can tell it's losing strength on the radar by, see how these cells, the red, dark red centers are starting to popcorn up where they are shrinking, and the cells just start to look like little areas of red instead of one big solid line like it was even half an hour ago on the Maryland side. So if you watch it, it's a lot thicker, and now it's starting to break up. And then if you put it on the wind velocity style radar, you'll see striations start to develop in the line, indicating the winds are starting to break up, but it's still pretty powerful. And then we've got that gust front coming off the bottom south of Cambridge. So even though the storms are moving west to east, that gust front is blowing out and it's starting to wrap back up around to Seaford. So it looks like these storms are going to lose strength probably right as they get to the beaches, but you never know. And the lightning, you can't take a chance with. And that's the main concern, is lightning. Look at those skies off in the distance there. Look how black that is at the very top. Winds are starting to pick up in Georgetown along 113. This was the camera I just had. This camera will change angles in a second. And when it looks the other direction, it's going to be wicked black skies. Michelle, are you guys getting it pretty bad down there? Are you on the boat or are you on the land? I'm sure the boat's rocking pretty hard if you're on the boat, considering how hard the cameras are shaking in that area. Not even raining in Y Mills. It's dried up already. Easton Tower, pretty much done there. Trap Tower, foggy rain, but doesn't look bad. And the Choptank River, cranking still. So that's probably the closest camera I have to you guys. I'm not sure. Where's Mardella Springs at? Is that on the eastern shore? Oh, camera went out. Let's get that back up. There's downtown Seaford, otherwise known as the Thunderstorms. It's pretty much done there. It's probably right in between Georgetown and Seaford at this point. Yeah, you can see there. Beautiful downtown Seaford, Delaware. That's probably more towards That's at 5:34, so that's a little further up to in Middleford. So the storm has moved off towards Georgetown and the 113 corridor. Not quite there yet. In Georgetown, wicked skies. Look at that. Very dramatic. Winds are picking up. In beautiful downtown Georgetown, Delaware, where I have stopped before one time to get fuel. I've considered moving out there. I miss living in Ocean City in the 90s, but Ocean City is not the same as it was in the 90s. There you go, you can see now, look at that sky in the distance. From Georgetown, looking back at the storm, pretty wicked. Let's try some of these other cams. I know there's a good camera around Millsboro that catches stuff. There, that's it right there. Good sky view, even though there's a thing in the front. Nothing happening there yet. Hollyview Road at 24. Most of Delaware's traffic cams look straight down, but as you can see, they do pick up, and we'll look in the distance because I'm pretty sure that Delaware's emergency management can tap into them, which is why I think they get kicked out. Like this keeps getting kicked out, and I think they take them over and control them, because I watched while we were watching the tornado move across the other day, the second worst tornado that was caught on film. We could see it on these cameras as it was approaching the Seaford Laurel area, and they were moving the cameras around in ways that normally they don't do. So they have an automated setting where they will flip back and forth looking up and down the highways, and then I think they can take them over and use them like a PTZ camera where they actually physically control them. So it's just barely starting to rain further north. So they're all the way up to Harrington now. What's this? Severe warning as far north as Harrington. But it's just rain up there. The trees aren't really moving around. The sky's not really that dark. So I think the middle, where it's aimed right at Rehoboth Beach, is probably the worst. Farmington, not much happening. It looks like we're definitely over towards 9 at this point. Let's get over here. Like Prime Hook. The skies are probably wicked looking. So you're running out of time if you're on the beaches. There's a dramatic shot. 9 and Route 5. This is at Minos-Conaway Road and Route 9. It's starting to get pretty dark in the distance there. And I'm sure looking from the beach, you can probably start to see this in the distance now. So we're going to check. I'm going to move to beach cameras in a minute. We've also got that severe thunderstorm warning for that cell I've been talking about for the past hour and a half. Moving towards DC down the Potomac River. It's still shrinking up, but it's definitely got some power to it and putting out some lightning. Now this is very close to the radar site I showed you earlier. If you look, there's Dulles International, and up here in the corner, KWLX is the radar site. We can zoom in all the way with my radar and see that tower right there. So that's where it's coming from, National Weather Service building. And then you've got the cone of silence, they tend to call it, where it doesn't pick up anything immediately. And then the storm is really, really close, so we're getting a good view of it and can scan it. But it's basically putting out, it looks like about, on the scale, 45 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts. Oops, hold on 1 minute. Telemarketers, gotta love them. But so, as I was saying, you've got severe thunderstorm warning in the Gaithersburg to DC Silver Spring area with straight line winds around 40 to 50, maybe a little bit higher, 50 to 60 mile an hour, and some lightning and hail inside this storm coming right down the Potomac River and right into DC. Washington, D.C., west side, northwest side. So, not a huge storm, not a very powerful storm, but it is severe thunderstorm warned, so we must take it seriously. And that's been coming from all the way back in Martinsburg, Harper's Ferry region for almost 2 hours. It was much larger and mean looking back then. It's kind of shrinking up now, or reshaping at least. But once it gets down to the bay and the more humid air, it may form again. Back to Baltimore County and Harford County, we're not seeing a whole lot going on there. Let's take a look at the wind speeds. So these cells, only 20, 30 miles an hour gusts. Most of this cell with the severe thunderstorm warning is well under severe limits, but it's capable, because it has hail in it, it's capable of producing those microburst situations where they can suddenly blast out 60 plus mile an hour winds. Approaching the beaches now, you've got much stronger winds, 40 to 50 miles an hour on average, 30 to 40. There's spots in there that are 50 miles an hour and 40 miles an hour. And it's constantly changing, so you can't just go off of one scan. But there's some 40s and 50s down here in the Millsboro area to the Route 9 area, like Gravel Hill. And that's probably where the hail is located up in here. So if you're on these beaches, you need to get off of them now, like right now. Last minute warning. You do not want to be on those beaches when this hits. Let's tune our cameras to those beaches to see what's coming, because it'll be there in a few minutes. Let me think here. That's hilarious. Voicemail message is unreadable. It's just random alien-looking characters. I don't know why people even have landlines anymore. There's live in Ocean City. Absolutely nobody is paying attention to the warnings or the storms coming. But that's typical. I wouldn't want to be out on the pier, that's for sure. So Delaware, looking pretty crazy. But let's look at Luz, however you pronounce it. Oh yeah, Aspen Meadows. Now, that is at 113 Route 1 and 24. So that's just inland from Dover. I'm sorry, just inland from Rehoboth Beach. It's gonna be a long night. Pretty much all the cities are gonna be impacted. So you've got about about 12-15 minutes to Rehoboth Beach before it hits, and the rest of the beaches as well, or be a little bit behind that. Rehoboth Beach will get it first because of the way the bow echo is shaped, and they've removed the severe warning for Rehoboth Beach, but still is in place for Dewey, Bethany, and Fenwick Island. North Ocean City will probably get it pretty rough as well. And this is only you're only talking about 20-23 minutes before it hits the beaches, so that's best case scenario down on the bottom end. But as soon as 12 minutes in Rehoboth. So I've been put warnings out for people for an hour now. Advanced warnings. And the beaches are still crowded. Rehoboth. Hopefully the stage isn't loaded. Oh, this webcam sucks. This page. Whoops, excuse me. So there is live at Dewey Beach right now. Pretty much the best view I can find right there. So overall, these storms aren't too bad. That cell that you can see right there raining in the distance on the top camera out over the water is at the end of the bay. It looks like Lou's Rehoboth Beach is going to get the worst, but they took the severe thunderstorm warning away from that area. Let us take a look at these other cams and see what's happening. So Ocean City on the fishing pier, storms are moving in, nobody cares. Let's look at Bayside cameras. I don't think that one works anymore. Route 90 bridge is usually a good shot. We'll leave that up as the storms approach. That's a pretty good shot of the incoming storms. And then let's look at these cameras along whoops. What's going on here? There's a little chubby going on. I was just looking for damage reports, but I'm not seeing anything. It's kind of breaking up as it gets to Salisbury. Excuse me. I'm not really seeing anything going on where the severe thunderstorm warning is, but it sure is rocking and rolling north of there in the Delaware area. Wow. Top camera here. That's Louise, Delaware, where the much stronger looking stuff is going on the radar outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. That's what you're seeing live there. Come on. You can see the curtains of rain going down the road there, sweeping across. Oh, Bethany, did you guys get it up there? These small cells. Very weird, very fast moving. It can instantly strengthen. It's quite odd. Now the one I just put on top is the Route 90 bridge. So we're down here. The winds are still showing the strongest, probably headed towards Bethany and the Indian River Inlet area. And then another swath is crossing through Rehoboth now, but I couldn't see anything on their cameras. Dewey Beach live. That's Dewey Beach, and that's out over the end of the bay, where the Delaware Bay meets the ocean, and moving away. A beautiful shot of the storm. Now let's go to Rehoboth. So starting to pour rain at the boardwalk there, where it was probably scary looking as it approached. There's still a lot of people out on the beach, but they're coming off now. Looks like overall it's falling apart as it's getting to the beaches, but that cell moving between Rehoboth and Bethany, or really right towards Bethany, it still has a lot of lightning strikes going on, and there are secondary cells still behind there that are dragging along. I'm not sure how far they'll make it, but let's look at that. I've got to get a way to automate moving these cameras around and going through them. ways to do that, but they're expensive, so we'll see what happens. But looks like these storms are doing much better on our side of the bay, western side of the bay. We just have that cell that's left here, northern DC, and you can see it's turned and moving to the east now instead. So it came down the Potomac River at an angle like this, and now it's turning and moving east across the bay. So if you're still watching, we have a aurora alert tonight and tomorrow night. So hopefully these clouds clear off, because we could see some auroras tonight. There was a big solar flare yesterday that produced a unusually large coronal mass ejection for what it was size-wise. It was only an M8, not an X flare, but the X flares are the strongest. However, it dumped out a huge amount of coronal mass, which was over a 3-hour period. So there's a bunch of material heading at us, and it's moving fast too, a lot faster than normal. It's almost 2,000 meters per second. So it's screaming at us. It's going to arrive either tonight or tomorrow. They're not sure exactly, and they never really are. NASA says one thing, National Weather Service says another. It's always a fight between which one's which to trust better. Oh dear. So these storms are pretty much falling apart now and just about offshore. We still have the one severe thunderstorm warning. There is a damage report in between Seaford and Laurel. Looks like the Johnson development, maybe. No. Behind Todd's Mobile Court on Easter Lane. Tree into wires, so that could even be leftover from the other day. Damage that takes these rocking and back and forth winds can help loosen up previously damaged trees from other wind events. We saw a lot of that after that July, that big wind, or when we had a whole row of telephone poles, big telephone poles too, in Westminster, knocked down along Route 140 at the top of the hill there where the shopping centers are, and they were all over the cars and the highway and the road as the wind blasted across from west to east, and it blew those big, giant, heavy, thick power lines down that were like on 75-foot tall poles, which are hard to break. That was pretty incredible. So, Ocean City Beach is going to look like the middle camera here, probably about the same. It's not really that bad down there right now. There's some lightning, but it's not in the warning zone for the severe thunderstorm warning. It is down that direction. So about the same as what we're seeing here. Wet, windy. And what in the hell? Don't you just love when your phone does random things when it's in. So let's take a look at Ocean City. Down here, the bottom camera. I'll pull that out. That's the drawbridge, Route 50. So you can see it's raining hard. Motorcycle. Whoopsie. There we go. Alright, the next Ocean City camp coming up. Upper left corner, this is Bayside, Route 90 bridge. And it's current. Oh. It looked like there was somebody coming in on a jet ski for a minute there, right off of that little point, and then it disappeared. It must have been an animal of some kind. That was weird. Or maybe I ate something bad, and I'm hallucinating. Let's look at the other cameras in the area, as they say in Baltimore. Rope Walk has an awesome view of the bay set up. Nice, gorgeous view. Something's up with my mouse. There it goes. Excuse me. And now there's a dramatic shot. That's wild looking. At the fishing pier, looking back at Ocean City and the clouds. Big lightning bolt. That gets people motivated to get off the beach real quick. They have extended the severe thunderstorm warning down into just past Salisbury. It looks like a microburst on the camera there. It doesn't look like it's rotating. It's just a rain shaft or a microburst. Where the hail has gathered up and just dumps out. And you get that shaft of rain. Wicked looking skies. Downtown Ocean City. And another cell will come in after this one. Excuse me. Yeah, that's definitely a little foot cloud hanging down there. Wall cloud. Pretty neat looking. You can see some bright white scud clouds right there. Not unusual, but it's not rotating. They're just hanging down. So it's bright and it's moving a lot faster than the rest of it. Could be the beginnings of a gustnado or water spout out over the water in a few minutes, though. It would be cool to see that happen live on a camera. Secondary cell is all heavy rain. And there's a bunch of cells behind this that are like training along. Show you on the bottom of the radar there. Let me shrink this camera down a little. Come on. Keep moving. Nope, nothing. You'll always see these little dangles, these little danglies hanging down underneath the storm. Especially when it gets out over the ocean. Sometimes that can turn into a water spout, but I don't see much rotating with these. But if you're bored and stuck inside, you can always sit and watch the cams, like this one, when the storms roll in, and you might see water spouts and odd little things happening out there, especially on the Florida webcams. If you're really bored, got nothing better to do, that's one of the best places to spend an afternoon if you're stuck, like I was in the hospital. It got me through just watching that. Now here comes the heavy rain behind that. Look at that. See it hitting the water? Watch. Watch the just past the beach line on the water. Right through here, you'll see big waves of it coming through. And people are probably running and screaming to get indoors. Just raining on the boardwalk. It looks a lot worse from the pier than it does from the boardwalk. Pretty windy though. This camera's running a little behind time-wise. I tried to look it up. It's usually about almost 10 minutes slow, so. "10 minutes until that expires, that severe thunderstorm warning." And then we've got one in Annapolis again. Very small storm. Let's look at it on the BWI radar. Excuse me. Jenny Engling, you still have storms coming across southern New Jersey. They are about to Vineland now, and they're sweeping slowly towards the Pine Barrens and Atlantic City. So if you are on Atlantic City Boulevard or further south, you'll probably get storms. Or the expressway, I mean, Atlantic City Expressway. Route 30 in that general area. Overall, not too bad though. The storm in new storm in the Annapolis area. Checking that out. That's the same cell that went through all the way from Martinsburg we were watching earlier and Harper's Ferry area. And that's heading right towards Annapolis and the Bay Bridge again. So we're done with Ocean City. Let's move on back to the Bay Bridge area. quite there yet. 50 and 97. Getting dark, but not quite there yet. Parole tower. So that's the only cell left right now on the backside of the main system here. Salisbury to Ocean City along Route 50 is getting run over by storms over and over. So it's going to be raining there for a while. And they're slowly moving to the south, but at the same time, they're going to be a problem for a couple hours. With heavy rains, mostly some lightning, and then some gusty winds, but more or less not as bad as yesterday by any means. But whenever there's something crazy like a tornado on the ground, you never know what to think. Now, today, we don't have to worry about that. It's just some thunderstorms that are moving pretty quickly. There's the approach to the Bay Bridge, Sandy Point. The storms are close to there, but can't quite see anything yet. It's still sunny. I can't tell if that's sky. No, it's not. It's the bay. There's the westbound view. Yeah, it doesn't look that bad. Event-like idea, but otherwise this is not that wicked a secondary storm. And usually what can happen is the first round of storms can kind of use up the power that was left behind in the atmosphere. I'm going to have to get off here soon. If I'm going to be up all night for the Aurora watch, I can barely stay awake as it is. So let's review. We've got more cells, but no severe thunderstorm warning on the Delmarva for the moment. These strong cells are tracking from Salisbury to Ocean City, down Route 50, over each other. But they're not severe anymore. They are runner-up to severe, which is special weather statement severe, meaning that they can still have hail and they can still have winds 50 to 60 miles an hour at times, but it's unlikely at this point as they are weakening and moving out to shore. Lightning becomes the biggest threat here on the beaches especially. Not much else going on. The storm looks bad on radar around Annapolis. It has a severe thunderstorm warning, but it is shrinking up, as you can see on the radar here. It's shrinking up pretty quickly here after it passes DC. So that's pretty much it there. This last cell here, and there's more cells forming in the distance, but nothing major at the moment. There's a good shot. We're looking westbound. You can see the skies are pretty dark. And trees blowing in the distance. Lots of rain off in the distance as well. Oh my. Oh, crazy. Very windy on the beach. What's up with the Jeeps? People driving Jeeps on the beach now? Interesting. It's like a little test course, huh? Interesting. So the storm that is moving on to Kent Island, south and central Kent Island, pretty much falling apart as it arrives. And the severe thunderstorm warning was allowed to expire for the Kent Island cell, Indianapolis, and you've still got a minor storms back to Salisbury in front of the Ocean City cells, or I should say behind the Ocean City cells. There's also a pretty mean little storm system down around Tylerton and Tangier Sound that's moving towards Pocomoke City and then Chincoteague Bay. So y'all might get on the action here in a few. And that's a stout little storm. It looks like it's rotating, but I won't put it on the radar. High res velocity. See what that thing is doing. Because it sure looked like it was rotating with the reflectivity. Yeah, it is. I'm not surprised. If you see a rotation, it's probably going to be at the beach right now in the next hour, looking offshore while it's moving away from you guys. So like this camera I've got here in the middle, but nice and calm looking there. Kent Island about the same, a little bit faster wind speeds, but nothing happening really. We'll get up on the Bay Bridge and see how it looks. Not bad at all. Keep freezing up. So yeah, I think we're pretty much done here, folks. Severe thunderstorm warning on that cell I was just talking about down there in Tangier Sound, Crisfield.
is kind of rotating somewhat, but very small. Choking enough. So this cell looks like it's headed towards Pocomoke City. And it's got some scattered, very light, messy rotations in it, and a little bit of light aim, but right on the Maryland-Virginia line, headed towards Chincoteague. But not much coming of that. And that's the only cell left so far.
chance, we should, get out there.